to load up the other thing. Pretty sure it's gonna work without it. Just making sure. All right. Oh, jeez, what is this?
It looks like Trancepticon is alive. Next time, put the stake through the heart.
All right, let's do this and then get back to work. Bam, there it is. There it is. Let's put that there because I ain't gonna see shit. Whoops. Oh. That. Did that. So this is 0, 1, and 2. It's workspace. I think, yeah. Just kind of stay there, but this will be 1 and 2 minus, I think they were 16. Pixels, where are you? $16 by 16. It's 1, 2, got it. Save. All right. Back to this. Oh, I need to actually check versus, what did we do here? Might need to make a separate case for that. Oh, fuck me, dude. Alright, just gonna have to try it. Let's see. Gonna need its own. So, did 0, 0. I don't know how many. Oh no. Wrong one. That one. Holy shit, dude. We want it near the center, but it's gonna end up 120. No. Start at 72. No. Oh. What's that paper? On the. We're doing it. We need text here, over there, the state. Oops. State would be waiting. Dang. Bro, I'm up on the Discord if you wanna chat it up. What you up to, bruh? Doing your homework? It's Friday. Are you on the moon? Is it Friday there? Oh man, smited. Change state to end. Midterms. Write papers. So, let's actually put another. Yeah, well, I mean, sounds logical. You take notes. In theory, you would keep your notes around, especially during life. here. Yep. A lot of people love open source. Everybody hates Windows. It's just the only option available for Norm. The fucking Linux, you have to use command line all day. Good luck getting Proton support for games. Well, sure. If you're on a computer that's trying to do multiple things at once and you only got a little bit of RAM, you do want to get rid of bloatware. I got enough RAM in my computer to not give a shit. And it's pretty good. When I was doing crap in lab, computers would crash constantly. Especially the Macs. The Macs would fucking like nosedive. Worst thing to work on. I don't know why people like using Mac. Load up Photoshop in your layers and then they would die out. That was forever ago though. You just had shitty computers, I think. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, they were only good enough for a little bit of Photoshop, maybe some Illustrator, but the Macs they had back in the day for us, they didn't have I don't remember what version of the Macs they were, but it definitely took a lot longer to load up projects, so I assume they had less RAM. But back in the day, we used to carry our projects on jazz drives. They were basically like giant like diskettes that hold only up to like a gigabyte. So we had those, and then we had what do they call them? I think they were called flash drives or something. They're not flash, or it was something else. There was like anywhere from 100 megabytes to I think 250 megabytes, but they were about the same size as a diskette in terms of width. Height, it was a different story. They were getting bigger and bigger in height. But it's like you pop in your jazz drive into the Mac, and then you try to copy things over to work, and then the shit would just crash on you. Okay, if the state is in game restart. I'm gonna have to test this out eventually. Alright, back to grandmother's events. There's also up here too. Just gotta go to the, no, that's the woods. It's grandmother's events are up here. Oh man, I don't think we're using this anymore. Damn. I have to switch it. What did we do for the other one again? To the evening. To the evening. Let's go all the way back. There's nothing on that, but evening. Morning, afternoon, evening. I don't think we're using that part anymore. We could probably put a note. Check it later. Okay, morning reset. So this should technically keep working. However, subtract 1, which means we need to start making the evening for the other section. Not that one. I think we finished that for now. That one's done for now. Oh, hold on. That didn't. This sprite is different. Right? Game over. It's using number 1, number 2. Okay. Alright, it should be fine for now. And so, blah, blah, blah. I'll close that room. Don't need that room right now. Where is the orchard? This needs a copy night scene. Okay. Oof. Oh no. Okay. Okay, we'll have to change. Dude. I think that's one map. Yeah. Oh, no, not that one. Duplicate. Duplicate. Copy night. Now I need. Where's the color? I need that color. I'm gonna need that. Probably the same as well. Oh man. Alright. Let's put one dot. Copy that. Copy that. Goes there. The leftovers there. Damn it. That top part. This color. What else? Oh, the cloud. It's that one. Duplicate. Cloud night. Close that. Put the color. Ah, come on, man. Color's there. Do it. Paint it. There you go. Oh. What was the other one we were using? Yeah, that was a light green. lighter green. Murrah. 2. Big, 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 big. I don't know how that would look, I suppose. Come on, dude. What layer are you on? Collision. That's the, I guess the question is, do I want to mess with the temp? No, let's just duplicate. That way I can keep objects out of it. It's fine by me. It's the nighttime. Let's get rid of that. Save. Alright, this part. And the background. Okay. Okay. Just turn these into that color, and then that into that one. Yeah. Let's edit. Guys, go into here. Let's also make that dark green too. What's the floor? Man, where did the floor go? There we go. All right. Dark green color. This part. Let's get that. Gotta put all these in. Oops, shit. Damn. Oh no, the top parts are on a different layer, are they? Gotcha. Gotcha. Ooh. Put that in the save. Be this one. Oh, it's more proper night. Curse. To change the which one was? Oh, I think it's now marked. So there it is. Oh, this is gonna be different for each one. Okay. It's the event. Room. Nighttime. What's that? Maybe I should swap these two screens. That way it doesn't look like there it goes. I can still see chat, but at least both screens are now up there. You can see when I... it's the evening, then... Oops. Afternoon. Oops, that should be two. Okay, cherries. All right, taken. I don't know if I need to have it that high. Oh God, what the? Inserted. Roll it back. Just, I don't think I need it that high. Okay, now I need caricature for the evening. Oh, I do need to make sure the event tracker is removed since that's something different. Keep track by let's do 0. Go back to the room. That thing needs to get removed. It's not relevant to this part. Yeah. That one can be removed. We will need a new event tracker. Draw nothing. But you will be in it up here for now. Move you closer to the top. Okay. Enemy. How tall is the player character for that area? $40. Me 0. Height 40, so maybe 48. Want it just a bit taller. That might be a good width, I don't know yet. Should I just use the green one so I can see it? Oops. Right, it's there. Object. Enemy. Right, let's look by comparison. Yeah, looks about right. Just put full for now. This needs to be bottom center. Alright, things it needs. Oh, how are we gonna work the, let's see. The health total. Idle. X equals 0 for now. 0 for now. Don't think I need to worry about gravity on this guy though, just want it to go straight. Direction. Start off with left. Oh. might be good enough for now to get started. Idle. Walk. Hit. Yeah, we'll use hit. Dead. And then delete. Okay, down here. Back to the dude. Actually put this up here. Go back to the dude. Where is he? All right. Hey. Idle. No, not in there, dude. Damn it. The global. Active. What was the thing called? If that. We can confirm walk. Then walk. If no if, it's basically equals speed times Okay, oops. For now, speed equal that, maybe. Maybe. Might change it later. Let's get rid of Y, we don't need that. Might not need that. Use this for the draw. Draw. Extension. Subimage. Current X, current Y. Then we want the scale. Zero rotation, we shouldn't need it. What? Unexpected operator. Oh, god damn it. E-health not equals 0. We didn't have move speed. Oh, we changed it to speed. Forgot the T. Forget the T. Why is that? Syntax error. Events. Okay, event. We are going to need at least to create the event. Default should be default should be sure. Oops, spelled that wrong. Alright, the first thing I should do is give off a warning. And where is, just use this. Nope. I think I can probably remove that. Cherry sign. Create text. However, we don't want it that low. Start with 72. And we're going to need text for that. Don't know if we'll need more than one message. Yeah, maybe. No, I think one will be fine. So this one, alarm. Active. Active. And if this is active, okay, active, if it's active. We need, the alarms will basically trigger regardless of, so we needed like another way to count without it. Excuse me while I get some more chocolate. I need another way of calling a cycle, but not while the game speed is running. Okay. 59. I will give it 0 to 60. All right, let's see. Should we set up a flag? Or should we just do it by math? I think we could just do it by all in that one spot, maybe. Just make this wider. What is the exact room? Room 480. 480. Under 240. Let's create a less than 240, so that would be the opposite side, which would be 480 minus 16 for, where is the 472. Yeah, I think 472 will work. Greater or equal to I think that is directly 0. Yeah, 0. And we got 8 by 8, so plus 8. 8. All right. So that would be x. The y, however, is 24. 24. The layer ID would be colon. Right? Pretty sure that's what I put it. Yeah. The other part we're good. All right, active player is there. Where's the player recording? Respawn timer, how many enemies, create enemy at position. That's when it's active and active. All right, that should be fine for that. Go back to the object itself. Okay, walking. Oh, we move, we just want them to go left and right. So, we want this to check once, and let's check it on creation. So creation, if instance exists, the player, what we want to do is if player x less than rx, r being the enemy, Then they want default facing should be left for us. Or actually, if we do the right, that way we keep with positive and negative being to the 0, positive being above the 0. Okay. So if they're going to this one will be to the right. However, if the player is on the left, we need to be negative. Greater than or equal to. That way, that covers that. Don't have to worry. Their move should be according to where they're facing now. Instance place X, Y, player. We shouldn't have to worry about that. We should only have to worry about that on the player's end. What to change this to the hit object as soon as it's generated. Then that would be function script enemy hit. That would be over here. All right. Active. Cherry. Event. Active. Okay, so we've already been hit. It's gonna probably be some sort of animation. Direction it was going has to be reverse. I believe that would be in order. Let's hit this equals 0 until we get it. If they were hit, v hit equals the current x. Oh man. Okay, let's see. No, it's gonna have to be if x not equal to the hit position plus let's see. So if I'm fixing right, which equals 1, and I'm hit, we want the opposite. Then we want it multiplied. Then it'll move until it reaches that conclusion. And then we need a stun. Just for good measure. Give it 0 to 14, 15. If wait to count health. It's greater than. Then let's go back to idle, which would go back to walk. If the health is less than or equal to, then we want it to go to dead. Not dad, we want dead. The function dead. Dead. Script. To a delete. Okay. For dead, we'll have a different animation plane. Oh. Oh. No, not that. No, we want this one. Dot. Div. And then, oh my god. We're on dead. So, animation will be playing. And then it will eventually go to delete. Oh, dang. Delete. State. Oh my god. Capital. Active. It's misspelled. Totally misspelled that. Holy shit. Cherry dot. Should already be active, but it's an easy check to help with pausing and crap like that. Destroy. Damn it. Keep forgetting what it's called. Alright. Now it will remove itself. Oh. Spell it. There we go. Now it works. Alright. This is going to be kind of make a hit object, honestly. That might be the first thing to work on. Let's go back to where are you? Where are you? Where did you go? Oh. There you are. Okay, let's make a clone. This is... Damn it. Delete the whole thing. This is... just gonna call it punch, I suppose. Okay, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Work with this template here. Let's see. Where is upper body? So underneath that, add another layer. Gonna need that color. It's the grid. By 16. We're going to need it to be in the middle here. And I want it to look fairly large because it's comically ridiculous too. Let's get a big one. Oh, it's a little bit too big. We have to move the body so it looks like it's pivoting. So this part. That part I think we already moved. Nope. So would move over a bit. Let's get back to this part. Take a bit of there's take a bit of that color. Okay. To be up here a bit more. Get rid of that part. Actually, just do that and that, and then do that. That one, move that one. That one. That a little bit more. Put that there, that there. There, maybe. Gotta move this over a bit. Start off by getting rid of that part. Oops, add color. Oops, didn't mean to overdo that. Yep, I mean, don't wanna. Don't want to remove too much of the color. Then it just would be really hard to decipher what's going on. Okay. Now let's readjust. Oh, what part is that on? try and slightly turn the face a bit. So, maybe that part of the hood can stay. No, you know what? Let's get the maybe like that. Let's get rid of that part of the hood. Maybe also a little bit more up. Do with the try. I don't know if I need it to be that pronounced, honestly. I think it might be good enough. Let's go back to the hood. What about this part? Alright. Okay. Let's tilt the cape a little. Just want it to be mostly here. Probably can remove a little that. Should move to the center more. Oops. That could probably go. I don't know about that, honestly. A little bit more. I bring it in. A little bit more on the side. And maybe a little bit more here. Ugh, don't like that arc. Okay, back to the body. This up. All right, right here. That up more. Go back to the body now. Get rid of that part. So, okay, leg area. I take this, move it over a bit. Oops. All right. That. Oops. Up. over. Looks well enough. Gets the job done for now. Make edits and changes later if we need to. However, I need to put upper body here and here. Revisit this one. The put there. Oops, big oops. Big oops. This one. Upper body. Right. Remove. Where's spot? All the way. Where there we go. I'll bring up the, I think that, nope. Shit. Yeah. Left, right. Attack. Zero. Attack. All right. We want it. Put it under here. Step. All right. First things first. Oh, you know what I forgot to even do? Oh, you know what? I think it'll be fine, honestly. Can always just make a small hit check. Movement. scene. Action. Right? Confirm. That's what we called it. State equal attack. We want the same for left and right. And then while if something not exist, we want, first we want to object, we'll call it player attack hit, or just attack. Call it hit attack because it's just a physical attack. Not exist. Create layer. We want it same X. The Y, however, get this thing out so we can. Width is 48. Separate by 8 by 8. Let's go 16. So at position and 8 pixels to the left or right, depending where its direction is. Plus the image scale times 8. So that get the direction. When it's on player layer, so create, okay. Attack. We want the sprite to equal the punch equals 0. Alright, save. Let's go back to the punch. Okay, so the height is 40. You know, it might just be easier to duplicate that right now. Duplicate. Edit. Oof. resize 16. Oh, not exactly. Damn it. Alright, you know what? Do it again. Duplicate. Duplicate. Hit attack. Resize 16. Oh, wait. I went over here to do that. Hit apply. What the fuck, dude? Alright. What we're going to do is go to you. Copy. Are you serious? Copy. It's a brush now. Why is it not a brush now? Save? Are you fucking crapping out on me? What the shit is going on? Anyway, I want it to be these two cells. Whatever. Fucking Christ, dude. Merge all layers. Just make it this color here. What the? Auto. Manual. Oops. Keep bumping the microphone. Auto. So this is going to be bottom left. So it's in accordance with height and X, and I just noticed I put the calculation on the height when it should be on the horizontal. Not room. Object. Player. 0. Hit. Attack. Sprite. It's basically just going to be a hitbox. Add. And then I add a draw. Because I want it to be invisible. Vincent's place. X, Y, O. Enemy. We need to make that as a parent object. Create object O. Enemy. Enemy. And we need to find this enemy. Make it a parent of the enemy. Go back to the hit. If you instance, if global is in the active state, then we can check hit confirm. Then actually, let's do equals place on the enemy. Dot health okay, so with the enemy, if they're active, and then equals hit okay, so they were hit. Duration 1. Duration is, yes, that one. Greater than, start with that. That means idle destroy yourself. However, while this is active, trying to think if anything else needs to be cross-checked. We're checking for a hit confirm. Removes health, puts him in the hit state. If the attack is complete, returns player back to a default, and it is removed. Should be enough. Okay. That should be enough for that. Oof. It's time to use a restroom. Apologize, but everybody has to pee. Just a quick break. Be right back. Be back shortly. Just finish washing hands and get some refreshments. Clean out this cup.
Hey, Lewis.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Special.
Special?
Special.
Expansion. Ed?
Well, that is nothing special.
Nothing. Nothing. Get some chocolate.
Learning.
Learning.
How to handle very large swords.
You joined HEMA?
Who's that?
Is it historical European martial arts? You said large swords.
Well, I would kind of more of a. If I'm doing like IRL, I'm kind of more of a sword and mortar here. Like what they did in Sparta. I think Sparta had a pretty good grasp on how to do that stuff appropriately.
Everybody had their own tactics.
And yours is the Final Fantasy variety.
I mean, compared to Sparta, they were like very much outnumbered by Romans. Because Spartans were like a, I think they were like a sub of Greece or something. I can't remember. Greek of some sort, because there was a bunch of different Greek cultures. They all had different values.
Yeah, Sparta was Greece. I have to remember it's the way I remember it's Helen of Sparta.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now I'm dancing with the idea of hunting a marshmallow low rank, so I can make a really good greatsword. For some reason, there's no way to cheat to making this greatsword. You have to go all the way from low rank. They don't allow you just to make it straight from high rank. What's your rank?
I mean, you only have to farm one guy, though. It's not that bad.
It's just the RNG crapshoot of needing.
You should be able to spank it at low. It's low rank.
I know, but it's an RN. I'm trying to figure out what I need break.
Dude, go back to playing OG Monster Hunter, and then compare it to like hunting in Rise and your rewards. It's like far more faster.
Oh yeah, it's faster.
It's not it's like if people keep complaining, eventually it's just gonna be you kill one monster, you get everything you need.
Yeah, that's not really my point right now. My point right now is just that breaking is trying to remember what parts to break, and Marshmallow has very, very difficult blade arms to break. So I have to consider that.
Just pound it with a hammer.
I don't like hammer.
Just use pellets.
Pellet.
Just part breaker pellet.
Alright, no, doing part breaker, great.
Put this back in.
I'd consider doing making that, but I just made this a set for greatsword, and I've been testing it out, and it's pretty good.
Oh,
I've not really gotten too big into greatsword.
To change mic to streamer mode. I really hope that you fix this shit soon.
What then?
There's a known bug on Mi 6. It used to auto give out roles when people were streaming if they linked it to Discord, and I wouldn't have to move their tag to streamer mode on. Because on my Discord, it puts people who are live streaming near the top of the list. That way it's easier to just like find them and click on them. But it's currently a known issue where it's not doing that anymore, so I just manually do it. Bothers me, so I just do it. I know it doesn't matter, but I just do it. I don't want that up. What do I want? You catch Paperbot's stream? He was streaming earlier today, bro.
I was asleep.
Return of Paperbot. How dare you sleep?
Sleeping. It's a paper's fault for not calling on my phone dildo I have on my ass when I stream.
It's the return of the man.
I stream myself sleeping.
I mean, you should. May as well. Get that fart ASMR. That'd probably be all my streams. It's like me passing gas all day.
ASMR?
Yep. Or murmur stream.
Well, it just so happened, just eat some good chili or some Mexican food in.
Bro, I have anything dairy and you know, all night. It sounds like Grenadiers.
All night, every night. Yeah, I understand.
I need some fucking tunes, man. What the hell? Where's my headset? I gotta put at least in one ear. Normally, I'm game deving while I'm listening to like something on repeat to like get me in the zone. But like when I stream, I can't do that, or else I'm fucking gonna get like booted off of Twitch.
Weird.
Well, you know, it's like people don't take kindly anymore to loving their music while you're live.
Oh yeah. the thing is that that's they really want people to find their music, so they want to make it as hard as possible for people to do that.
Like, if there was some way to integrate like the Spotify with the ads maybe or something, so it actually puts the ads on your stream while you're listening. It's like, look, you're getting your ad money. It's like,
that could work.
It's like radio. You're getting your ad money now.
People need to get creative.
It's like deal with it. It's like I couldn't care less if the thing made it go to an ad, but the whole point is, like, if you have Prime, you're not supposed to get ads, and so maybe Twitch will integrate with Amazon Music and let you just play it like a radio and then just put an ad on your stream.
Imagine Jeff Bezos actually giving a crap about
Well, it's
Twitch.
not Jeff Bezos that does that. It's the Twitch team. It's like they could be developing more integration into the Amazon networks, but they don't. It's like
it's been facetious. The Amazon and just in general does not give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, I know they don't give a shit, but if they're trying to like look good on the books and raise their numbers, they could definitely do more to integrate.
Well, here's the thing: is that what they really want is to become irrelevant as quickly as possible, so they can go back to knocking.
Well, I'm pretty sure CEOs do. Numbers. CEOs pretty much just want their paycheck and then move to the next job. But people that actually build and work,
I mean, what is Amazon gonna do? Buy YouTube?
No, I mean, it's like you're better off with Google making a delivery service.
They haven't done this because why?
It's because they fucking just fail at doing everything.
Yeah.
Get a playlist going. No one's gonna be able to hear it. They got different video game playlists going, so they can enjoy that. It's alright, nobody's watching. If you're watching the reruns, there's no music. Pick a thing. I've been doing this all day though. Just game dev. That's like my life right now. Besides working game dev. It's too bad I don't work for game dev, huh? Let's listen to Rampage. Alright, made the hit detect on the monster. The monster needs some pictures now, huh? I guess it's time to draw. Go back to the drawing board. It's this guy here. Gonna need all the colors. Let's see, it's at night. Let's take this color. Just getting closer and closer to getting that demo. And then everyone can be like, holy shit, what the hell is this stupid gas game?
Well.
This is probably the most dialogue I've ever done for a game.
I mean, like they say, if you fail 9 times, and that one time you make a Fortnite, you're pretty much set for life.
Fucking Fortnite. I don't want to build a Fortnite. It's gonna take me like the rest of my life to even build something that plays like Fortnite.
It's your destiny.
No, it's fine. I'd be like the guy who did was it Legend of Dragoon? I just leave the game industry and go into like R&D. Let's also get this color here. Actually, maybe this one.
Oh, it's a wrath.
It's a snake.
Well, no. Dumb. Oh, is that silver wrath? Why it could be a silver wrath? I'm on low rank. Oh, I'm Rathian, that's why.
Oh, you gotta flip him because he's supposed to be facing the right.
I have.
Junction. Oh man, I'm totally gonna crumble when it's time to make music. Oh, don't want to think about it.
Okay, I got a blade, but not a. Whatever the hell it's called. A scoot. Actually, no, it's kind of fun when Karaniko's not up to date. I gotta do all my own research.
I mean, you can look at what drops what in your books. So
Yeah,
I mean,
it's pretty nice. Is Monster Hunter Rise is the Monster community toxic?
Monster Hunter, every gaming community is toxic. That's just the nature of motherfuckers.
It can be, but like, was that always toxic?
Yeah, yeah. Remember, I don't know if you remember when I used to talk about the old days of playing Monster Hunter. Like, people used to be like, "Oh, you use pitfall traps. Oh, you use shock traps. Oh, you know, you suck, you know," or
wow.
"Oh, you cluster spam," or "Oh, you suck," or you know, just there's always something to like nitpick about, you know. That it's just like the nature of gaming. Yeah. Like, people are just bastards. It's just like you can't get around that.
Yeah. This wasn't sure if it was more toxic now.
It's only more toxic because we have social media. Before, it was harder for people to like just dunk on each other all day and just fucking like diarrhea. Now it's everybody's got a giant microphone.
Giant diarrhea spilling machine. Oh, dang, I got one scoot. I needed two. Wonderful. Okay, well, go again. I gotta learn to hunt with the greatsword. It's not easy. God, this is not. My brain is trained so hard to play dual blade that playing anything else feels like my gears in my head are constantly stuttering. But yeah. The thing I don't understand is that like it's not a competitive.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be. It's just any way you can measure your dick is just basically how it goes. It's like flexing and bringing other people down. That's just how it is. It doesn't have to be competitive. They'll find a way to make something to match up. Like I think for the longest time, even up till the third game, people used to be like, "Oh, you use flash bombs? Fucking what a pussy."
Imagine that. I'm actually more nowadays. I'm happy when people are actually using tech. I'm like, holy shit, someone still uses tech. Yeah, because they've dumbed it down so hard that tech is not almost unnecessary.
Like, a lot of things just are very unnecessary. You can just like smash and be done with it. The only thing you have to worry about is the one instant death fights. That's about it.
Yeah. Well.
It's they pretty much turned Monster Hunter into a meme of itself. It is basically just smash.
What if they made? I still think they should make an adventure-style Monster Hunter game.
They did.
What?
The old ones.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Dragon's Dogma.
Oh.
Yeah, something like Dragon's Dogma, where you actually have to go investigate in like
I mean,
places.
In terms of like adventure, in the old games, you had to open your eyes more if you wanted to understand the world and how the game works. It wasn't hey, this is how you do this, asshole. It was more of a like, I try something, I learned something, I see something, I did something, I learned something new.
I still feel like there's plenty of that in the game. I do feel like, however, that much less of it is important. But there's still plenty of it, but they've kind of denounced the importance of being so intrepid in those sorts of ideas. Of just looking, seeing, and understanding. It's still all there, but it's just not as important to play the game. Like, I'll give you an example. I still think it's very important to have things like, what are they called? Dash juices and like life powders and dusts of life and that kind of thing. Well, it's like, before I would be like scrounging for every single, what are those things called? Pale extract I could possibly have. Now hold on, I gotta look exactly how many. If I can't find out, just make up a number. That makes it extra authentic. I have over like 300 of pale extracts, where I would be like barely able to get just like a couple because they've made the access to them so much more abundant. But they're still very important. That's kind of.
They made everything so much easier to accumulate. It's just kind of how it's been.
Yep. Well,
It's
they gave us 10,000 slots to be able to put stuff in. You best be buying 10,000. What this thing is called, mega armor skins.
like I've honestly seen less need for armor skins in general, unless it's like the ultimate advanced fights. Like if it's advanced fight, then you need the demon drugs and the mega demon drugs, because it's like I said, the armor thing is so high on the advanced ones. It's like it doesn't matter. Armor's useless. Just go like full attack and play safe.
Yep. There's just as marketing it goes exactly the same, where you have to make people care about the stuff in your product, in your game, in your adult film that's only Teletubbies, stuff like that. Nobody wants to help me fight this low rank marshmallow today. Actually, I kind of don't want help, because that would mean that I'm trying to focus on smacking the arms with Partbreaker, and actually if people showed up, that probably wouldn't help. Oh no! The police are here! Or I should say is here. Roxanne. Oh shit. Is that Rathian? Mean shot. Okay. Hey, no. Oh man, that window's so short. Oh well. That's a lot of people that joined me to hunt this low rank marshmallow. Well, can't be mad.
Got what you wanted.
Any way you want it. Of course he backed up. Nice. Yes, I broke his arm. I used one of the advanced techniques that actually worked. I've never played greatsword at this level in my entire life. What? Here and a ghost prism. God, man, I'm gonna have so many ghost prisms. So yeah, I gave up the. I'm trying to give up the habit of Maple Story again for like the 5th time.
Just play. I mean, if you're not playing anything else, just play it.
Well, it's because I just don't see the effort from the developers to really make me think
Is it
that
free
they
to
actually
play?
give a crap. It is.
Then whatever. Who cares? Just play free.
I care.
Just play free. It's like Fancy Star or whatever. Just fucking play free. Don't even pay for it.
No. That's the thing. It's just I got to a point where it was very, very uncomfortable to play without being, trying to stay playing free. Because it's kind of a matter of fact. It's like geology. It's like pressure and time. Like I get to a point where I'm feeling very, very tempted to spend money on the game. That's like, okay, that's why I just need no problem. I don't need to be spending money on trade. So I just wasn't seeing the effort from the devs. Like it was like after 220, there's like nothing to. There's like maybe one boss that opens up that you can't even fight for like 20 odd levels. Because so yeah, I got to 220. I'm like, there's nothing here. I was gonna give it. That was my last effort. There's like 2 quest lines that open up at 220, and one of them gets me barely anything, and the other one barely gets anything. I had to stop and think about it for a second, but no. Nothing. So it's like, what's the heck is the point? You're just you're grinding just for the sake of grinding, and I'm not a fan of that's where I feel like I'm grinding just to grind. I tried playing a private server. Had too many bugs to really make it a consideration. I'm looking for the next game to fill my hole in my soul.
I know the Curse team had mentioned a couple different MMOs down the pipeline. These are stuff I didn't really never heard of before, so.
Curse Forge people?
No, the Curse team. Cursed is just like a gamers group. They're not like esports, but I'm pretty sure. I think the dude who started it used to run an esport team. It's just a place for gamers to game, but they mostly play survival games and MMOs, I think. So usually they're they all get together on one server and just like play.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a community, gamer community.
Like I think the first time I heard of them was Rust. I think.
Yeah, they formed right after Conan. They stopped playing, and then they made Cursed, or the dude Nyx and a couple of his friends. They made the team Cursed. A lot of them were playing Rust. A lot of them still do. Some of them play Ark. It's just there's a lot of them everywhere. But yeah, it's just a place to hang out. But they did mention a couple MMOs. I usually kind of keep track every now and then to see what they're playing, because they had mentioned New World to me. That's why I had tried it.
Oh, I see.
But
that was a faux pas.
Yeah, I mean, some of them still play. There's a big update, so I'm probably gonna jump on and check it whenever I get a moment. But I'm kind of busy, so you know.
Yeah, I can see how busy you are.
It's Yep. Next week, drop another video.
Oh yeah.
It's usually I'm dropping videos of parts of the game that are not going to be in the demo, so they're kind of like little teaser bits of what's in the game, because I'm trying to keep like a steady pace of like, I guess, advertising the game, I guess you would call it, or showing progress. But the demo is gonna have limited, or at least the first demo, is gonna have limited areas to play. It's not gonna start from like the beginning of the game. You're not gonna be able to like play and see how progression works. Like, I'm waiting to release that on the second or third demo. It kind of depends, because I'm thinking of expanding the demo to more areas later on once more of the game is ready. But I don't want to kind of give away like the secrets of the game before it's even released. So it's just kind of like the crap that, you know, it's like it's not a big game. So it's like I'm not making like AAA blockbuster. I can't just, you know, dump like the entire game and be like, hey, yo, it's early access, because then it's like, you know, well, they see the game even if it's not complete, and then, you know, what's the point? At least that's kind of like how I feel. It's kind of like, you know, a retro cartridge game. You have fixed amount of levels that you have to go through to complete to like get your ending. There's going to be different endings, but if I show the game early on, like, you'll probably end up seeing, you know, what the preferred path to take, and then what's the point of trying and exploring and figuring out what's left in the game if you already know what's going on, you know,
Just
if that
show
makes
people
sense.
what they want. Yeah, just show people what they want. 8-bit tits. That's all you need. Get people invest. Pay big money for that. And you don't have to show any of the game. Bada bing.
There's like there's no tits in the game. It's just not gonna make any money.
0 out of 5.
Yep. I did have a prototype, like, hentai side-scrolling beat 'em up kind of game I was working on just to get like functionality done, but it's like I'd have to draw everything, and it's just like, oh god, it's so tiring. It's like a lot of work for no money.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually a lot of the stuff that I learned from the prototype is like I just bring it towards everything else. It's kind of like something I can build and then kind of see what works with the software, and then I can add it to current existing projects or like future projects. Be like, oh, this is how I can get like this to function in a game. It's write that down. That's a good note. Right, idle pose. What's
So
Yeah.
why do you have your screen set up like like you do on there?
Because I don't want people to like see everything, you know, the sausage being made. So it's
you just see my stupid shit posts on the side too, just for the extra flavor.
Yep. It's fine. It's either that or I put this screen which has some code, but it's kind of like hard to see it anyway. And then like on the opposite side, it's me like right now drawing sprites. Like I don't mind if they see the sprites being drawn, but a lot of the stuff like code, where I'm putting events, where I'm putting the endings. Like I don't want people to kind of catch on where everything is, so they know what to trigger.
Some people aren't paying attention.
I know, but there's always somebody. There's always somebody that's gonna. It's like I rather people play the game, be blind, and have the adventure of figuring things out. It's still a short game, but it's something that I just personally hate when it comes to like playing a game. I hate like having everything known to me when it's a game that is its core enjoyment is that sense of exploration when you're blind and you have no idea what you're supposed to do in terms of like is what I'm doing correct. And it's like you can still get an ending, but was that the ending I was looking for? Is there more to the game? Should I keep exploring? Should I try doing this differently? So that's kind of like the allure is like, did I actually complete the game? Enemies.
Oh my god. That was a bit. That's a good hit. Wow, that was seriously like 2 hits and I'm dead.
Dos.
I need to be a little more cozy here.
Right now the walk cycle should be
I'm dead.
on a low rank.
Nah, I'm doing G rank now. I had enough parts to go all the way to G rank. But I'm getting thrashed though by trying to learn greatsword.
Paper might play with you. I think he was playing Smite with Mike, but I don't know what he's doing now.
I don't know, he left.
Oh. Probably had to work on his midterms then.
Dang it, I missed. Oh, thank goodness, people are here. I can suck. Oh no, I got targeted. Oh, thank goodness, Embolden. They made a new skill. It's actually pretty good. It's called Embolden. It more or less just means that it can tell. Nice! I'm actually doing pretty good! I missed. Nice!
This is actually, ironically, but not ironically, a prequel to my very first game.
Little Red Hood 2. Back in the hood.
back to the hood, G. So yeah, I kind of do want to go. I kind of do want to go back to the Price of Victory after this because I've already started rebuilding it. But yeah, like technically all my games have are in the same universe. So, but this one's actually a prequel. Even the dog game is in the same universe.
What? The dog game? Everybody's favorite.
Probably. I think more people like that game than anything I did. Oh, not that part. Didn't want to do that.
Oh no, I got targeted. Ooh. I get targeted and I immediately get hit. Imagine that. Because I'm like upping so close to the bone here. Oh, why do I even bother? Whew. Ouch. Actually, this could be embolden could be the character being a bad player, or maybe it's just maybe not the cure, but like a. I'm gonna try that. I mean, this is alright and everything. I'm trying this out, but I don't know. I don't want to be here. I really didn't want to. I think I just saved my teammates' lives there. Alright. Nice. Is that for Shane?
Oh, did you catch the Mario trailer?
Yeah. I'm pretty much have the exact same opinion as everyone else thus far, anyway. It's just that artistically, fine. You know, all the characters look well enough.
I don't think
I wasn't a big fan, and I wasn't a big fan of Chris Pratt's voice. So,
I mean, I didn't care for the voices because, for one, it's like Mario never usually speaks, but it's like the setup, the teaser, just didn't really like get me hyped. If you know what I'm saying. It's like, oh, hey, look at it's Bowser. Yeah, it's Bowser. Oh, he just smashed the kingdom. Okay.
And I thought it was pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny setup though. Like the Pingus are all attacking him, and he's just kind of there. And it's like yo, I'm Bowser. What up?
Yeah, I guess it kind of felt just like standard Illumination humor. Maybe that's why I just was just like, wow.
I've only ever seen Despicable Me 1.
Okay. I don't know. It's kind of like I'm like, yeah, this looks like it's probably all right, but I'm like going, this is to me. I was like, it didn't have the same like, oh my god, hype like a Sonic film did. Like even like the last Pokemon film, I felt like it was presented a little bit better in terms of like, oh, this looks exciting. I'll go watch this. And it's, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna go see it probably.
It'll probably be alright, but if it doesn't turn out right and I mean in the world, it just probably means
it's probably just okay.
It's probably just gonna be. It's probably gonna do well enough at the box office, just from hype alone. Can't believe there's hype for a Mario Brothers movie, but people don't need any reason to be hyped. To me, when I look at this, I'm like, this doesn't really feel like a Nintendo game. I prefer that like a more cinematic series got some more some more attention. Like Xenoblade, I think would make like a good anime at the very least. Xenoblade, Fire Emblem, those are more cinematic. If like those would make more interesting shows and movies, stuff like that.
Totally, I was totally like down for like another live action film, honestly, of Mario. I'd be like, that'd be straight up comedy if it was like another live action film.
Oh my fucking god!
I would have been. It could be like gloriously horrible. I would have still be like, yeah, you know what? I'm down.
What about like a live action Simpsons?
Nah, I don't care about the Simpsons, honestly. So Simpsons can do whatever they want.
That'd be really weird, though.
Would be probably weird for people that are used to watching a cartoon, but
I mean,
whatever.
That's more or less what's going on here with the video game.
Well, I mean, the problem is like they never really have Mario talk, and they've always been trying to move away from that stereotypical like Brooklyn Italian kind of like syndrome.
Here, I could do it better. I could do one. Hey Luigi, why don't we go down to Princess Peach's and get us some quesadillas? If you know what I'm saying.
So it's
I feel like anybody could have done a better job.
Well, that's the thing is that I think they're just trying to not make Mario seem like has any ethnicity at all. Like he's just any random dude from somewhere in the world that happens to be a plumber. That's what it seems like they want Mario to be. Which is like, it's fine. It's like, do whatever you want, but it's when your character has no character, it kind of makes it stale. So it's just like, it's. I think it would have probably been a better movie if Mario just didn't talk. He just like made his sounds all day.
So I could consider that possibility. I consider that being emboldened. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, this is going to pot so quickly. Oh boy, here we go. I was a max potion. It did not fill me up to max. The fuck? Wow.
All right.
Nice. Oh, except for I immediately after sucky thing is that once you do 1,000 points of damage to enemy, it kind of pulls their aggro a bit. Kind of makes them a little upset doing that much damn damage all at once. Alright, well, that trap I put on was perfect. I was able to knock him out of. Knock him out of rage mode and do like 2,000 damage.
Race.
Oh, so one of the issues I had with Switch Axe was the lack of defensive options and also being very slow and clunky. But they actually gave them a counter. Oh, please don't die. Okay. Sorry, I had to really concentrate there.
No, it's all good.
Oh. How did I miss that?
Concentrating myself over here.
Don't. Okay. Oh no. I still got hit. Why do I always get hit by the fucking balls? Okay, we're good. Alright, time to put the puppy to bed. Yes, I did it! Wow, how did I pull that off? My flash bombs.
Face back.
I did it! That was my first G rank hunt with as a great sword user. And I didn't die. I came real close, but everyone liked me, so I must have been doing something right. That was rough, though. Really rough. Like, I came real close to dying, like 3 times. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't really get it. I don't. The desire to make him seem like he's not an ethnic thing kind of deprives them of some of that personality. I think they should embrace those kinds of things. I mean, maybe not so stereotypical.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can still due respect to. I think they don't want to say Mario is from here, you know, that way people are not like, oh, why is he from here, you know? He can be from. I think they just want Mario to be like Mickey, where like he exists in his own like universe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I understand, but it's not saying. I feel like they're going about the wrong way, but I understand, but I don't really much care for how they're going about it.
Yeah, I think
I got the fucking prism.
I really think they should have really started nailing down like a voice for Mario during the video games and just kind of like building upon that, because that's the problem. Is like, this is now the first time you're gonna hear what the official new Mario is supposed to sound like, and he's not just like screaming and making hips and hollers. This
is like when they make Mr. Chief. into his show. People are just like now. People are just dissatisfied with the representation of Mr. Chief, and they don't really want to. And they're just like, no, go back, go back. we don't want this. Alright. Okay, plenty of cigar Magala parts.
Ah, shit.
Could send them out to fight a Tigrex. I don't have a lot of Tigrex parts. Bitterbug, honey, scatterfish.
Yeah. Inspiration for this game is just fucking off the wall. Well, obviously the number one inspiration was Cinemassacre's AVGN review of Little Red Hood.
Obviously. Clearly, that's the greatest game.
But also a huge influence was Blade Runner 2049. Another influence is Castlevania, Guardian Legend. I'd say probably the two in terms of gameplay.
That's why I think calling it Little Redhead 2 back in would be
No, well, I can't because then, someone can probably say something about that.
That was not officially published as a game?
I mean, it's not officially, but then it's officially kind of like tied to it non-canonically in an ironic way, but it's like,
that's the point.
I don't want it to be. It's still part of my own universe. It's just inspired by a shitty game.
Yeah.
But hopefully it won't be a shitty game. Hopefully somebody will think it's not shitty. Because I'm not trying to make it shitty.
What?
But I am using things that were in the game. The cherries, the balloons, crap like that. You have to go back and watch that Cinemassacre episode and point out all the references.
Actually, I believe it or not, actually was considering it since you were starting this project. So just so I could get a good grasp of the true inspiration. What I think you should do is you should do like a mockumentary of sorts of like see this is how I got the idea for the entire backstory, and it's the part where summon the dog.
Summon the dog.
Yeah, see, summon the dog. See, that was the.
Well, yeah, the dog is in a sense the dog canine is in the game. So
the dog is in the game. You hear that, guys? Confirm.
You want to see one of the drawings I have for him? Him, her, whatever.
Dog, gender.
It's called.
Hey, that's a good-looking boy. Oh, I like the animation frame.
Yeah, the waking up.
Yeah, show that to like a Aribu. She'll think that's...
Aribu died. I don't know what happened.
What? I just talked to her today. What'd she die?
I don't know.
Between
today
and... in the criminal justice system. I just talked to her at 5 o'clock my time.
And I didn't get up and get some chocolate. I don't know. I haven't really talked to Aribu since the last stream she did.
I just send her.
That's the only time we talk.
I just send her the occasional.
Yeah, the puns.
Terrible pun, and I'm sure she appreciates very much.
She's probably getting all that pussy at home. I don't know. Even will say too, like my cousin gets more pussy than me. My cousin's a lesbian.
Got him. I mean, I'd hope they move out of the LA area, and they're not making it work living wise.
It's really hard to get industry anything out here. You have to be really extremely talented and extremely willing to work for free.
Well, her wife's a dentist, isn't she?
Bro, I don't know. I just know Aribu wants to draw.
I know that, but like the internet.
Yeah, I mean, you could be a dentist genuinely anywhere in America. The only problem is
not to have my dentistry done over the internet.
The only problem is though, do you have healthcare to get dental work done?
Good question. Yes, I do. But only emergency.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is
let my teeth go completely to pot.
It's expensive.
And then fix my run. That's more or less how I have to have go.
In America, they're just like, man, just fucking pull out your teeth. Do it like them old days. Suck down a bottle of whiskey, pull out your teeth, and go about your business.
I'd almost prefer that at this point in time. My teeth have caused me nothing but pain because they all came in crooked.
I told my dentist, when can I get an upgrade and just get metal teeth? I just want to have like metal jaws.
Sure. Some steel suckers.
I was like, I need my cybernetic upgrades, please. Can I just put my brain in a robot body already?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I'm not even using my dick. I wouldn't miss it. I'll probably get the cyberpunk dildo attachment so I can be rented as a sex robot.
I mean, a robot can be a sex robot if you're brave.
Alright, I gotta add the sprites to the actual object. Enemy. Alright, v-sprite equal, where are you? Okay, all the way up here, idle.
Lindsay Peon's doing a retrospective of Maple Story.
Who is that?
Fine, let's just get this out of the way.
I don't know who that is.
Lindsay Peon is usually how I find out about MMOs. He just he'll give like like a synopsis or like a he'll tell you about an MMO. He'll play it and then he'll give his first impression, sort of things. I find him to be generally accurate.
What I'm really waiting for is I'll put it on the larger screen. Or this game. I'm waiting for Arm Fantasia to get a release. It's already been fully backed by Kickstarter, so everyone in Japan has already backed the shit out of this game. It's basically Wild Arms 3 or whatever, because the dude, when the Sony shut down Japan studios, it's like the Wild Arms team was pretty much left with no job, so they're like, well, fuck it, we still want to make Wild Arms. So,
well,
it's like how Sony Japan doesn't want Japanese developers making games. And now they're like, oops, we fired everybody. Buy shares in From Software. Buy more shares.
Oh yeah, well where the hell is my God, what the hell is that called? My that RPG that Sony made, everyone liked, but it just didn't sell that well because they sold it. It's like
you're talking about Legend of Dragoon?
Yeah, that one.
That's the guy who worked on FF6, and he also worked on, I don't remember what the other thing, but yeah, he, after Legend of Dragoon, like, he split. He's no longer worked at Sony. Like, they fired everybody there. They stopped the RPG team. Like, a lot of them got picked up by Nintendo or just completely left the gaming industry. Yeah, so the people that left Sony, the producers of Bloodborne, they went to Nintendo. Anybody who was like on Eco and RPGs, they went to the Xenoblade teams. So so they all work at Monolith. Not all, but a few of them do work at Monolith.
Monolith's a good company.
And the Gravity Rush guys as well, I think, went with them. The golf people, they just made like their own independent company or something like that, because they still make the same golf game, but it's just not the same golf game because Sony owns that property. So, and apparently it's coming to Nintendo Switch, at least in Japan, or it is on Nintendo Switch in Japan, because it's like a Japanese game. They can't get anybody to localize it, but it's basically the same golf game that they've always been making for Sony. Yeah, so everybody that was making games, they're either working for Nintendo or they just quit the industry altogether.
That sucks.
But yep, and then Sony just recently bought shares in From Software, or more shares. They wanted more control on the board so they can get exclusives. It's funny because again they fired their Bloodborne producer.
Why though?
Because they're fucking Sony.
Well, I guess I don't know what I was expecting.
Just fire Japan studios. Get rid of the entire thing. Just get rid of them all. It's like, what are we gonna do now for games? Just buy shares in From Software. Just fucking do it. Somebody made a big oops. Okay, walk. Active. Idle animation. S image plus equals 0.3. I don't know. We'll start with 0.4. 15. Walk. Really like the way the bass is done in this track. It's like a growl. Just it's like travel time, active. Oh, these are the resets. Leave the resets. Sprite. Enemy walk. Image plus equals start with 0.4. Let's actually make that a time that I can adjust in one go. Oh, this doesn't have a VS image either. Okay. Wow. Okay, we're walking, we're moving, and then greater than 29. State equals idle. Health not equal 0. This needs to be completely reset at the top. Zero. Wow. This needs to be reset just in case. Oh, that was. Let's change. Be removed. If health less greater. Greater. State. Dead. Less than equal. Dead. DED. Dead. When they're pushed back, they need sprite. Oops. Enemy hit. I believe that's only one frame too. Yes. So that equals completely 0. Let's reset these. Do. I need a dead image. Okay, that'll be the next thing. Check what's the weather outside doing. Okay, let's see. It is dark and probably not very windy, but at least it's not. Off you go. Open up this. Open. Ah, jeez. Right, that's open. Let that fresh air come in. All right, we need a dead image. Start with the hit. Let's just duplicate. Call it dead. Paint it up after. Hit. Enemy has been hit. Oops, now on the dead sprite. Wow, 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 wow. Oops. 0. Do we still? Why is that popping up as? Zero, 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 1. What about create menu 0 and 1? Travel time plus equals 1. If so, then it's time to delete. I did not want it in this menu. I want it on the lower. Wow, wow, wow. All right, time to paint. We're in the correct one. Dead. Dead. Damn it. Man, since it's October, we've been watching like these old, not old, but they're still old. Watching like late 80s, 90s horror, just like the cheesy shit. Good times. I was watching The Gate while I was working last. The movie just gets like straight to the point really quick. It starts out, they don't even like set up the parents' family, like the mom and dad too much. They're just like, yeah, no one's here to character set up for characters. We're gonna just make vanish. Like all you need to know is this person is the dad. Remember his face. This person's the mom. Remember her face. All right, now they're gone. It's pretty funny. It has like the really coolest looking little demon puppet characters, especially when they get stepped on. That dude's just like wiggling, just like laughing my ass off. the hood. Oh, probably have to just redraw that part. Damn it.
Alright, man, that was a lengthy comment I left on that video, but I almost felt like I was...
You sold on it?
Good.
You sold on it?
Sold on it?
Sold? You sold on it? You buying it?
On what?
Whatever they were hyping.
No, it was on someone's retrospective on MapleStory.
Were you sold on MapleStory?
Heck no.
You totally sold on it now?
Sold on what?
MapleStory.
What about it?
You're gonna buy into the MapleStory now?
What? I know what they're selling.
MapleStory?
I don't believe it. I've played MapleStory, and MapleStory, it doesn't have the MapleStory in it. Unfortunately.
Alright. It's a good day to
Are you excited now that they canceled Babylon's Fall? Now that you have now that you have to worry about that crap no more.
Well, I'm pretty sure whoever had to suffer and play it isn't gonna worry about it. I remember talking to the QA guy. I was like, it's like, yeah, since I got it for free, I played it for like an hour and then I stopped. It's like, why would you even do it? It's like, I don't know, just to turn it on, I guess. Yeah, I played one mission after I got through the tutorial, and then I was like, I'm done.
You gotta love the quote unquote the commitment message that there. So we are committed to working out this particular thing.
They were until the writing was like on the wall, and then it's like, you sober up.
Yeah, really.
It's generally how it is. There's like disbelief, and then there's acceptance.
Yeah, oh yeah, the stage of grief, the stages of grief.
Standing up, having a stretch. I've been in this chair all day. It's almost almost midnight, so it technically would have been in the chair almost all day.
It's not really almost 3 already. Well, I slept all damn day. Again.
Yep, you were up. You drop a shit post and then you go take a nap.
Yeah. So it works. Try to find something of substance, and when I don't find it, I kind of and I just mosey on.
Gotta do it. It's Friday dancing. Try and get a little bit of exercise.
And I was actually able to go to a store and was able to finish the trip without having to like rest. Very impressed on.
You just need to get robot legs. That's all you need to do. Get robot legs. Have it carry you.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure they got robot legs in healthcare plans now.
Sure.
Or you could get like a BattleBots chairs. Just like cut people down as you drive by.
Oh yeah, for sure. I could get some like legs with a lariat on them where when I go by them, I slash all their tires and cut them up.
Wonder if that would just throw you off balance or throw off your handling though, if it's something spinning.
No, because it moves at the same rate that you're moving. And when it makes contact with something, it will push. It'll push the limit to make sure you're continuing.
Wow. Been listening to the same song. Just one song on repeat.
What's that?
Just been listening to one song on repeat. It works though. That's gets me motivated to. If I'm listening to the right track, I can listen to it on repeat. Pretty much the whole day or a couple hours while I'm doing the work. When I was doing the first game, The Price of Victory, I was basically listening to one song as my inspiration for the game. I was just like, man, it would be so badass if this track was in my game. But it's like I can't put it in there. It's like it just feels right.
All right.
Okay, the balloon one is going to need the attack reference. Okay. That's the pit. It's the woods. It's the balloon.
Oh, build a boost. Huh. Oh yeah, people suggest making the legs too. Build a boost. What's the alternative?
And all form the head.
Okay. So I want the arm.
Player balloon.
Okay. I can make this work. Alright, okay. So, Little Red Hood, can there be a special ending scene where she takes the giant dildo bat and just smacks the big bad wolf right across the face with it?
A dildo bat?
It'll be
What
like
the
a
hell?
super secret ending, you know, like or you to find out that the werewolf is actually your father and you're actually a werewolf. You know, like something like a Silent Hills, very, very off-putting.
Very off. The game is very Somber, I think. It's very depressing in a way.
Huh. Why?
You'll find out.
Oh, I see.
You're basically in a situation where you're asked to do things and you don't really have much of a choice. It's like being alive, like as a servant. I mean, you do have a choice because you have choices whether or not you're going to complete your task, but everything has consequences.
Yeah, I think that it's very important that people have hold on, the ability to see the characters do something that they wouldn't normally be able to do. And
have a job.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Bada bing.
Have a job you don't want. It's basically the game. Have a job you don't want, but you have to do because you need to do it.
I mean, that's not too bad. Build up.
You want to eat? You gotta do this job. Sorry.
I don't do that. Oh, it's the legs.
And then the last half of the game is just fucking far out there.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what the? Okay, attack.
Oh, that says foray. Oh, these have status trigger and foray. Okay. That's why I need. Okay, I need the folds. The folds are imperative. Status trigger and foray is 100% necessary. The helmet's also necessary. It has 2 parts of status trigger, 1 foray, and 1. They renamed the chain crit to burst.
Chain crit to burst. Basto.
Yep. So yep. I'm working on a status set at the moment.
Oh, we're still talking about Monster Hunter. I was just like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. So I'm working on. So there's this new. There's 2 new skills that apparently they thought that status needed a buff. So they put 2 new skills in the game to buff them. Status trigger, performing a perfectly timed evade just as the monster is about to trigger attacks to trigger an abnormal status build up on it. So that's pretty nice. Then the foray, which increases the attack and affinity when attacking a large monster affected by poison, paralysis, or an elemental blight. So yeah, there's those 2, but then it's even crazier. Okay, so emboldened. When targeted by a large monster, it becomes more likely to become enraged, but your own defenses increase. So you combine that with agitator. So the folds of this new Mizusune, Violet Mizusune, gives you 3 agitator, 1 emboldened. So it makes the enemy go mad, and then you get strong, and you get. But so that's more or less the kind of. And then you also have adrenaline rush. So that adrenaline rush perform perfectly timed evade just as monster attacks for temporary attack boost. That combines with what did I just say? Which one? Status trigger? Yeah, combines with status trigger, or it synergizes very nicely. Then I have a couple of choices. Then there's this Chameleon has a risen form, and his special thing is called build up boost. It increases the attack power when you land attacks that build poison or whatever, and even exhaust files as well. So Well, active gives you like 10, 15, 20% respectively. I think there's like 3 levels. Yes. So that's pretty nice.
Middle center.
So that's where we're at right now. That's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to make an amalgam here. Which is one of my favorite parts about how the new armor system is that being able to make an amalgam is way, way easier. Like if you could squeeze in like a couple of different things, it was incredible back in the day. But nowadays, it just makes it so much more fun, in my opinion. So I'm thinking I need 2 pieces, I need 2 build a boost. That'll give me how much for now? Okay, never mind.
Middle center, middle center, middle center.
Then
X would be
wait, there's also
+16 since there's an extra 8 pixels.
So now I'm tasked with trying to smash all these together. Oh, what's it? It does give embolden. Wait, that's my bad. Huh? Okay, I want this. It gives embolden. So embolden's really good just to know when enemies targeting for an attack. It gives you an ample opportunity.
Cool beans. Cool beans.
You don't like that?
I think I barely heard most of it.
Dang it.
You get like a thing to know when enemy is gonna hit you.
It's called embolden.
Okay.
When embolden activates,
Ebola activates.
You get the enemies more likely to be in range, but your own defenses are increased. And prolongs dodging invincibility, and so it lowers impact when guarding. So it's just really, but at the end of the day, it's just helpful to know when the enemy's targeting. Is the main gimmick here.
All right. Well, it doesn't reduce attack, so that's good enough, I guess.
Well, yeah, it doesn't reduce your attack, but it does reduce the damage you take. Which it also gives. I mean, it's also got other respectable skills on this armor set, like weakness exploit, stamina surge, plenty of slots to mess with. You know, hey, what a girl wants, what a girl needs, whatever makes you happy sets you free, or some shit. I don't know. I never watched the movie.
Wow. All right, we got the attack.
Your status trigger.
You're a status investigator. Whoa, man, they still streaming, dude.
Who's streaming?
Mike and No Pants.
Oh yeah, Mike. I'm not currently logged in because they have to send me a text message every time I run a sea cleaner scan. It's really, really annoying.
Logged in for what?
Well, because I have I had to put 2-factor on because I got hacked.
Well, I mean, to reduce hacking, it does help.
So, yeah. So, unfortunately, it's just annoying that I end up not caring. I mean, I don't care to log in. I'm just watching your stream without it. Then I'll also watch No Pants stream. I forgot he was.
Okay.
I was watching Mike's stream. I just wasn't.
Oh yeah, that's on the tuber.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it says I started watching him streaming when he went live, but then I forgot. And he's been streaming for 3 hours since.
3 hours.
It's a respectable stream.
Pretty damn respectable. That's anything more than 2.
I call 3. I say 3 is the limit.
I mean, I guess it just depends what you're doing. It's like if you're doing like a stream of like interviewing somebody, maybe like an hour, that's fine.
That might be more appropriate, but for like if you're trying to build up your like audience, I mean.
Well, I mean, depends what the audience is. If they're there for interviews,
right.
if they're there to hang out and watch games, you know, yeah, different. I'm here for just chatting. Next, let's incorporate the self hit. All right, what to do when you are hit, or this particular section. Yep. So far, I've already programmed in 2 endings.
Oh man. The one ending that you have to beat the game 5 times to be able to.
Oh, it's nothing like near where it's just depending on what branch and circumstances you've led yourself into, the game can end at certain points, and it's a different ending in terms of how the circumstance, you know, fits it. But there's one like definitive ending, which is the longer route. But who's to say the other endings won't suffice, right?
It better suffice. Otherwise, I'm going to report you.
Well, if you're into depressing endings, then they should all suffice, right?
I think I've made my opinion on that very known. But just to be clear here, if you're gonna make it a depressing ending, you gotta make sure that the player is completely like it's like that's their fault. I don't much care for endings that are just sad. That you have zero control over. It just makes me just kind of be like, I'm like.
Well, I'm trying to set up the fact that you have to realize the position you're in and understand that things are probably not going to go well for you. So it's you trying to make the best of your life, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So the game is basically trying to lead the best life you possibly could with the cards you've dealt with. Which sounds like completely depressing. Let's see, hit. Oh, if we got to do the check to see if since place. How did we do it for the other guy? See enemy. You alright there, man? You die?
No, I'm good.
Make you cry already?
No, obvious. I mean, very, very touching stuff you're talking.
If. I think we put it on the object to tell. Then we have to go back and figure out. Just want to make sure I got this correct order of operation. The object will tell the target if they've been hit. So I don't. Okay, that reduces information on target. So now this thing would be an object to tell target, which would be during this case scenario if, oops. Do we need a var? I don't think we need a var. Since need something? You good? It's just programming away. Gotta make this game. I mean, I don't have to, but I want to.
Game stuff.
What's up?
Do your game.
Do my game stuff. You like to be creative, so do I.
I'm trying to make tiny game stuff.
It's alright. Did you play my tiny games? All my games are tiny.
I'm talking about your game. I'm talking about my game.
What are you using?
I'm just using the...
You want to use RPG Maker? Have you heard of that? I can log you into my Steam and can try it.
I have computer class.
Oh, okay. It's the one. What do they give you to use? Yeah.
Lessons and different attachments.
Oh, okay. Do they give you Java, Lua? What do they teach you with? Probably. You're not sure what language you're writing it in? It's alright, it gets complicated. I got other tools here if you ever want to learn, dude. V health -1. Equals hit. Let's take this and copy to here. They're hit, they're dead. Okay, they can't interact. And let's go back to player archetype. And so if we are hit, we need to have a sprite. If we need to have an image, we need to have stun timer. You can always try Unreal. The big stuff. You can make Unreal games. Everybody keeps posting their Unreal projects with like plugins and shit they make. It's like if I worked in 3D, that would be awesome. But like some people just make some crazy stuff. It's like fluid sims and other things going on. Like there's one where it's to change the fat, the level of thick on a character object. So they had like a rabbit for the demo, and then they're like a slider for thick, and then it's like big poofy body. It's like it adjusts like the mesh according to where the skin and muscles were. It's pretty funny.
Oh.
God. Oh, stun timer. Ooh, we called it. There, let's change that. Stun. What's up? Yeah, I'll get more waffles. I'll go to the store tomorrow, probably. Stun time. Attack. Player zeros. Where the hell is? Damn. Shit. Let's see. Okay. Stun time plus equals 1. Greater than.
Oh, so he's all part.
Mm. Okay, invis is true. HI false to true. If V is true, where's the spend time and then let the cap start with that number and then adjust as needed. Just put that lower.
Oh man, I feel like this guy set could be optimized better. I'm looking at. I didn't want to make a poison set. I want to make a paralysis set, but I'm not really seeing. I really want you to use. I really want to use poison by making Chameleon's Blessing very, very easy to get. You know, they made a one slot talisman or one slot charm, Lewis, that gives Chameleon's Blessing. One slot. Kind of makes putting the Chameleon's Blessing on an armor set almost laughable. But they're doing that.
Slot.
They're doing that for all their new. They did for the last one too. Whatever that was? I don't remember. I'm waiting for the Kushala Diora one, or the or Teostra, so that way it can get blasting hardcore.
What is wrong with this one? Only reference once. Don't worry about it. We'll reference it more.
Damn, I really need these gloves. Okay, that's pretty 2 for it. Bad.
False. Then 0. Oh man. Okay, move that down. Go back to enemy AI. Player dot go back to player if this is true, and then state is back to default. Oh, we need to do a pushback.
That may work. A lot of time, a lot of money.
It's fake money.
Yep.
Equals the image.
Well, I made the feline pause because they have a better rampage. I don't come to regret that.
Times
Jinjul is so good.
Okay, for the hit. Alright, player 0. to need invis equals false. Done time equals functionally mostly the same.
Oh, there's para attack. Oh, I'll leave Pelagia a second. Oh well. I don't have any of those.
Time to farm it up.
I have a lot of stuff to farm. Which is fine. No, what do I want to farm first? Just Espionate, Penis, or East. Whatever they call it. Capture a monster. That's a novel idea. Okay, could it a penis or what's that thing called? Wolfodon.
It is roughly the same, except
let's look at my now anomaly. If I can't find Wolfodon. Wait. Before I do anything, make sure it's not the high rank version. Okay, so it's
if
a 2.
y greater than, no, less than height. Hello? Thank you. Then,
see, I would have made the mistake there. Omniplegiasec is the high rank version, the high rank Wolfodon.
less than divided by 2. So if you're less than 72, going this way. Greater than or equal to. Going the opposite way. Right, that should handle hit confirmation for those that matter at the current time. What's up? I'm willing to take a break if you want to play something. I've been doing this for hours.
Do you have something in mind?
Like I said, if you had something to play.
That Path game?
That Path game?
Yeah, the Path list, something like that.
Path. You're gonna make me have to look through my Steam to see what the hell you're talking about.
No, let me look it up.
Path of the Dragon.
I already played through that with Fuda recently. Oh, I'm thinking of Like a Dragon.
Oh, Like a Dragon. Skyrim together.
Yeah, Skyrim together. Are they gonna be able to make a game that is Skyrim? They're gonna be able to sell you the same game.
I heard the GOG version is probably the better one to mod. So, time to pony up another $40 or whatever.
Oh, well, I think I might have gotten it free. At one time. It is called Outward.
Outward. I was thinking, something to get my blood going higher. To get me some action going.
Elden Ring. Outward.
What do you have to do in Elden Ring?
Punch.
Are you actually trying to clear the game again, or what's going on?
I have a file that I was going through making a strength build.
Just level up your current character and put in all the stats. You're good.
I have nothing left to do on my current character. I'm not doing the plus.
Just keep hitting up the farming. Just put them all the stats in.
I know how to. Farming isn't the issue. The issue is the things to do.
Oh, I mean, it's like if you put in all the stats, you'll have strength for days, and then you can just equip strength stuff.
But then there still needs something to do.
You get a PvP?
No. Netcode. They need to give me a nice cold raw plate of netcode stability before I think about that.
I'm just waiting for more updates before I even do anything with my character.
Okay.
There's no reason to go to the next new game cycle yet, because there's no new DLC or anything. I'm sitting at the end. I don't know what new game I'm on. It's like 4 or 5.
I mean, I'm not really waiting for them to make something, but if there is something, I'm more than happy.
I mean, the social medias are keeping the game in the public awareness, so they're definitely working on something.
But I really hate their ad campaign. Man, they got to get someone else in there.
I mean, whatever. I don't watch TV, so I don't even know what.
I don't either, but I still get the ads.
Really? I don't really get any Elden Ring ads. I get I'm trying to think what ads I've gotten lately. I've gotten obviously the Marvel movies ads. Whenever trailers drop, I get those. I get a lot of ads for Grammarly. Like they're always like, college papers are, a pain in the butt. You gotta get that Grammarly. And college papers are good.
College papers suck. They don't oftentimes reflect the actual things that you do in the job.
The only time I actually use Grammarly is when I'm writing the character dialogues. That's the only time I ever really use it.
I just Google Docs.
Well, I mean, they have a document page. I just type in the words, and then anything that's egregious, I correct it. But if it's characterization, then I leave it.
Yeah. So there's what I have. I have Outward. And I have Elden Ring. That's really the only things I have that we have to play together.
Okay.
Got something else?
Yeah, that's PC, right?
On the Switch, I mean, there's even less.
Let me check what's Oh, there's even an update for Outward.
Yeah, I already got it. It took no time.
Okay, download, I suppose, while I'm streaming as well. Oh, I got a copy of Diofield Chronicles. That's not multiplayer, though. At least to my knowledge. It's a single player game.
I mean, I don't much care for the other game you got me that
What game are we talking about? Got a lot of games.
The World War II game where you shoot.
Oh yeah, I know you don't like shooters.
Not. I have a hard time. I have a hard time with them.
You just hate guns. Why do you hate guns, bro?
I love guns, but I don't like shooters. Figure that one out.
I actually uninstalled Divinity to make space.
I really need to uninstall it, but it's modded and it works.
Played the shit out of Divinity.
I played way too much Divinity.
It's Stardew Valley. Play Minecraft.
Haha. Don't even like Minecraft.
Play it on occasion. It's very therapeutic.
For what?
I don't know. I just find digging very therapeutic. Like I guess I'm a dwarf in another life. I like fucking just digging down, making little dwarven empires.
And the only reason why I play Minecraft is like if you had something in particular, like had a goal.
Build a dwarven empire. That's about it.
I'd say we need to go on someone else's server for that, like on his big servers, and then take over the place. Kind of like how me and my brother and his friend, and my friend, took over the Skycraft by building these long platforms out and then steal other people's stuff.
Oh, I was playing Mario Tennis Aces last on my Switch. I was like in the middle of a match.
I don't have.
It's fine. It's not It's just okay.
It's not a must-have. I have 2 must-have Nintendo Switch games on my radar. But if I had the money, I'd get them, and that would Xenoblade 3 and what's the other game called? Bayonetta 3.
Toho something. Put that down. Just ran out of things to play. Besides Fantasy Star is the only thing I play right now. And then they updated the game, so more levels to get, newer weapons to eventually get. Even the weapons that are like the older weapons, they got a boost in upgrades so you can upgrade them further. It's weird. I have like a level rank 3 ice weapon that has like more base physical damage than like 4 or 5-star weapons right now. It's weird.
I mean, I consider re-downloading PSO2 if there is something to do other than just get swole.
It's just basically to bash things in all day long until the live long day. There's people that are upset. They're like, I grinded forever to get this ultimate weapon. It's no longer good. And it's like, it was 6-star weapon. It's good. It's like, don't put all your time and effort into like the latest thing. It's gonna get outclassed every time.
Yeah.
When they add something new. It's just upgrade in moderation. Like the game is not hard.
I disagree. I think it's very hard to stay awake.
It's very hard to maintain focus after like about an hour. I think it's like after an hour of just like smashing the same area, you know, it's just like the mind goes numb and then you gotta do something else.
Yeah, I go. That's more or less how I feel. Like when I'm playing Maple Story, sometimes I'll go through existential crises. Hey, while I'm playing, like I'll just like almost have like a out of body experience after grinding so much. Sure, it's funny, but
I mean, that's what it's there for. It's to grind your mind into mush until you stop playing, and then you like pay for whatever they're trying to shill.
Yeah.
But it's
so
like
just weaken you until you have nothing.
Yeah.
Until you...
But again, the problem with Phantasy Star is like I mean, they could technically, but you can't really buy anything to cancel, you know, grinding monsters all day for, you know, material items that go towards upgrading. That's the game, is basically mining space rocks.
Right.
It's like mining space rocks, and don't worry, we hand out weapons. Here's a free weapon. Thank you for playing the game. Oh, you got to put some space rocks on it to make it the ultimate of its version. It's like, okay.
And like, I mean, I enjoyed being a fish. I still enjoy being a fish in that game, but I need a little more incentive to play.
It's basically there only to flex out your money that you spent at Forever 21. It's like you can either grind to get Meseta to buy the things that people are selling that they don't want from playing the lottery, or you're just paying for the lottery yourself. It's really only the things you're doing. Because it's like, sure enough, you can get money now, but it's like I have like I think 140 million. And I just upgraded some shit too, and it's like oh, they did a collab with I don't even remember, some that fighting game, Melty Blood. I was like, oh look, generic schoolboy and schoolgirl outfit. Pass.
Yeah,
it's like boring.
So, I don't know how Japanese people, why they are so enamored over that stuff. I was bored, but with that stuff, before the first season of Inuyasha was completed, I was like, okay, schoolgirl, seen it.
It's
okay,
just
can I do something else?
It's just like the game is called Phantasy Star, but like most of the stuff in that game just feels like very un-Phantasy Star in terms of what people like can wear. It's just like, this is not what I imagine Phantasy Star to look like. What is all this shit? And I honestly hate collabs in any MMO. It's like, it kind of takes me out of the
I understand. It does that
the atmosphere.
Depending on the collab, yeah, definitely can.
Like, the thing is, like, since Phantasy Star 2 and 2 NGS are made to be like Disneyland theme parks, where it's like it doesn't matter, the stuff having collabs doesn't matter to me, because it's like I can't take the atmosphere seriously because it doesn't respect or care about its own atmosphere and building lore. It's just like it's a mosh pit of just like the most weirdest things you can see. Instead of like trying to like have people look like they're from a particular universe, like this is what the universe looks like. This is what people have to work with. This is the clothing they can craft or whatever. It's like these are the things that people use in the game. But no, it's just like dress up. It is basically you go to like Comic-Con and see what people are dressing up like. That's basically what MMOs have turned into, is like fucking Comic-Con.
Very much so. Couldn't agree more. I'm sorry, the same effing problem. But like, there's almost no personality in any of the stuff I see people wearing. It all just kind of blends together into one big mush. And it's like them stories refused to put anything in the game of note after level 1. I would say 140. I want to say. Hey, there's barely any gear after 140. I'm like, oh my god, that guy has this thing. Oh man, that's so cool. And still, I'm like, oh man, he has this really cool item. He must have spent a lot of fucking time grinding. Yeah, it's like that. It's like.
I think I bought this on eBay, bro.
Yeah, it's like, look at this very expensive gear that I bought. I'm just like, okay, cool.
Yep, it's basically real life. It's like I went to the Gucci store and I bought the Gucci bag.
Like, Gucci, the hella tight.
Check out my tweets.
That Gucci, let me do some simple edition. It's a $50 t-shirt. They ain't nothing but that shit. That's if I have agree with the Macklemore song, it's like this is being tricked by business. That's it. Just feels like it's like I feel maybe smug, wrong word, but like I feel I feel great when I see other people wearing like the Supreme stuff, and I'm just sitting there with my t-shirt that I have from that I've been wearing for 10 years. I'm like, well, I spent my money on that stuff, trying to drip on people. Flex on people. I mean, I don't get the appeal of it. Maybe somebody in the like they lack that self-esteem, that confidence just to be what they are. I remember I was once a teenager. And wanting, all that stuff. It's a very young person oriented attitude.
I don't know if I say young person. It's definitely an American attitude that's kind of like been. It's kind of started American because it was very capitalistic. Because capitalism is always trying to be like, you gotta buy our shit.
Yeah, like what else can? Yeah.
It's like you ain't cool until you put these cigs in your mouth. You ain't cool until you drive this car. It's like. Define yourself by wearing our brands. Yes. You're nothing without our logo strapped across your ass.
Yep. It's like you have to buy our high quality hot sauce enemas. Otherwise,
you ain't wearing Jordans. You ain't shit, motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Actually, I mean,
it's just.
Honestly, I mean, like that's clearly facts. I mean, old Jordan.
It's just that mentality that just kind of bled into all social aspects of life now.
I mean, it does, but I still feel like when you're younger, you have I'd say it's focused.
You're more impressionable, yeah,
right.
For sure.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not. I wasn't saying that it was not fully on like younger people. I'm saying its focus is on younger people who don't have.
It's a mentality you either grow as a person to control or you don't. You like succumb to it. It's like once you've succumbed to it, it becomes like a learned thing.
Yes.
And then it's really a hard habit to break.
It's a hard knock life for us. I mean, it is a hard knock. It is hard knock in that sense because there's not a. All that stuff is just. Once you figure out that all that stuff is just, surface level. You can, figure out something that actually that actually does mean something. But it takes some effort, though. Like I always say, like all this crap with social media. That's like learn a skill, learn a, get some kind of profession going. People will find that much more respectable than kind of drip.
It depends. Some people don't give a shit if you know something.
Like if I'm saying it's more. That's 100%.
There's a whole culture against revolting against people who are educated. It's like they think they're better than us. They know more.
Obviously, that's true. We are better than you. That's because when you practice something, you make it a part of yourself. People actually want to believe that.
This man actually learned about wood and cutting wood, and he thinks he's a better wood cutter than me. I've been on the internet. I know about cutting wood. Actually, I was like the last YouTube video I was watching this like total fucking pro goddamn carpenter talking about picking the right kind of like wood to make. He was making a game table, like for like card tabletop games, just a general game table that you see people sell for like thousands of dollars. And he's like this is the wood you want to pick, and this is probably if like you're gonna buy cheap wood, you probably want to do this, and then you want to like clamp it and then wait a couple days, let it dry so it doesn't warp and bend too much, and then the parts, and it's just like going on talking about like the wood selection, and even if you pick the cheap wood at the heart, I was like, holy shit, this dude just knows so much about fucking wood.
I mean, hey, I could talk. I'm not carpenter. I'm a carpenter's son. I could talk your ear off about wood.
It was
more or less, it's like what you want to do with it. It's like certain woods are better for certain things. It's like you want to build a house, generally.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, but it's just things that like obviously like someone who's not like knowing about shit is not gonna think about. Like people who, like when you go to a store to like buy wood, you're probably like, most wood is probably the same. Probably if it's expensive, it's better. But like also, it's like look how it's cut. And look where the rings are. When the rings are like this, it means it's gonna warp this way when it starts drying out. I'm like, dude, fucking holy, that's man, degree. Yeah, sure.
Also, don't forget that if you have those giant eyes in your wood, that's going to reflect poorly on the overall strength of the wood. If you go to wood store, you don't want to get like 2x4s that are quite.
Most of the time when they do cut the 2x4, it's straight in the center where nobody wants it.
And and also a lot of those places, they just have crappy quality where they'll have like 2x4s and other lengths of lumber that are all very all out of whack.
That's probably why a lot of people are 3D printing with cement.
Yeah, well, that's another endeavor all on its own.
Yeah. Let's see. 2 is pretty much almost a copy of 1, except. Oh, I still have to check these text strings to make sure they don't overflow. Remember to trigger those next time I'm debugging. These are all day 1.
Oh.
These are day 2.
Dude.
pits20221007. All right.
This guide's out of date. I'll put this on the old Montana, but he's using the flaming lovers. But the new flaming penis a weapon. Lewis, get this. Is that they're pure fire damage, okay? They're just fire, but they have a hidden effect that poisons enemies without having that as a part of its whole thing. So yeah, you can they poison while without needing to have that as a part of the weapon. So you get the full effect of the fire, and if you're dual blading, it means you get double the poison, double the fire, without the decrease in damage that you normally would take. You get both. So that's what I'm working on right now. Pretty cool. I like it. But I gotta get the pallium to make the damn dual blade, because of course. And all of the weapons use the pallium. So it's
hey, you want the cool weapons, you gotta get the rares.
Yeah, but it just sucks.
It's how it be, bro.
It's just what it is, what it is. So it's like I was trying Greatsword. I'm like, this is alright. And I was like, maybe I'll try out the Switch X next. And I was like, then my mind's just been drifting from project to project.
It just really sucks. Dark Souls 2 is offline. I mean, I don't mind. I usually playing solo anyway, but...
What's that?
I said it just really sucks. Dark Souls 2 is offline, but I mean, I still play, but...
I'm only reason I play Dark Souls 2 now is to try out some mods.
Can't wait to see what the rest of the From Software people are gonna make, because there's non-Miyazaki projects in the works.
Dark Souls 1 plus 2 remastered. Come on.
No, I mean, like, they're people at From Software actually working on other games. I know they definitely got an Armored Core coming.
I was aware of that one. I heard something Bloodborne related.
Yeah, Sony's gonna get something for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's totally something. It's gonna be Sony, but Bloodborne 2 is a thing.
Yep. Well, they gotta have a whole new producers because they fired them all.
No, I don't really understand. Ever since I closed out Japan Studios, I've just kind of lost faith.
Sony just chasing those Americanos, but then they're like, oh god, like everyone else is starting to outpace US for games market, so
That's the focus.
You can't focus on one territory. You gotta.
No, we need to focus on projects.
They just need to let Japanese developers make Japanese games. What the fuck?
Exactly.
There's people that still buy it. Text is 20 at day 2 afternoon. Afternoon.
Japanese say you have 3 faces. The first face you show to the world. Second face you show to your close friends and your family. Third face is Ryan Gosling. It's the truest reflection of who you are.
Oh, I was gonna say the third face is the one you show to your mistress.
No, it's Ryan Gosling, clearly.
Well, I mean...
If they're gonna show any face to your mistress, it might as well be Ryan Gosling. Let's just be fair.
Your manstress.
What?
Ryan Gosling, he's your manstress.
Hmm?
Unless he's wearing a wig, then I guess he's mistress.
No, looks like Ryan Gosling. What the heck? You want Steam? What? Get out of beta already, you self-updater piece of shit.
Get out of beta. The fuck? No more early access, my brothers.
Running out, like the song says, when we're out of beta, we're running on time. But Valve is a company at a time, clearly.
I mean, Valve is keeping their business going. They're making money, bro.
I'll say this, I like their recommendation system. Yeah, just the games they recommend are games that have user tags are similar to the ones that you.
Yeah. I got recommended this game I've never saw before. Apparently, it's I guess like a single player game with online stuff. I have no idea. It was anime, but it's like, this is recommended to you because you play MMORPGs, nudity, and something else. It's basically like anime. And then I was like MMORPGs and nudity. I was like, what is this, like an orgy game? So I clicked on it. I was like, I don't think this is massive multiplayer online. And then I look at the comments of this game. Like, one of the first ones was like, don't install this game. You get 3 different types of malware. It took me like an hours to fucking remove it. And then the other one was like, there's no nudity. So I was just like, what the hell? So I got a good laugh out of that. Obviously, I'm not playing it. I was like, the game looked rubbish anyway. And then the first comment was just like, it's got malware. Good review.
I like to give you the option to filter strong profanity slurs with things, and then the other with censor tags. The other one is allow strong profanity but filter slurs. And then it says do not filter strong profanity or like the fact that they have to is an option. So funny. It's like, oh yeah, profanity though. Slurs though. Heaven help. Well, here's something. Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition, which I'm hoping contains all the DLCs, is $5 right now. Sound too bad.
$5. This is a big evening. Oh yeah, this is
Was this one though?
What's up?
Oh, there's a new game that one of my curators recommended. It's called Melody's Escape. It's pretty much, this just looks like Runbow. You push a button, duck underneath a thing, you hop over a bar while keeping in the intensity. The reason why I have to follow this curator is because his name is It Shit? And then they their reviews are in one word only. Is no or yes. Is it shit? It's like yes. Or is it shit? No. can appreciate that kind of brevity. That's right.
One man's shit is another man's treasure.
One man shit that's another man's piss. Chaos Head Noah got restored to Steam. I actually didn't see that happening.
If you don't have Rhapsody, a musical adventure, we can't be friends. I'm sorry.
I think I did at one point.
They ported it to the DS. I got that as well. I had the original PS1 disc for a while.
On Steam?
Should have. Yeah, they put it on Steam. It's a good port. I got massive amount of frame rate on that game. I was like, holy shit, how did this thing get ported pretty decently? This is NIS.
They also put La Pucelle in?
Yeah, I did grab that as well. I haven't started that.
$20?
I know, that's the thing. It's premium. It's $20.
It's a PS1 game.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll put it on the old wish list. Oh, here, let's look at the Nipponichi software.
I pretty much just was like, you know what? I still like this game. Worth it. $20, sure.
I mean, this Nipponichi battle pack is pretty good. It got Phantom Brave. That's a good one. It's got Makai Kingdom. That's a good one. La Pucelle, as I before mentioned. For some reason, some DLC. I don't care.
Probably art books and stuff too, because I know a lot of their DLC with especially their re-release games are like art books and music disc.
Yeah, but I understand it, and that's fine. But I don't think it's appropriate for NIS Classics Deluxe Edition. That all this digital art stuff really jacks up the price of.
Yeah,
what could be more reasonably priced.
They definitely need all the dollars they can get. And they know people will put out. They got some dedicated fans.
Also, like, Disgaea isn't even in this bundle. Or any of the Disgaeas. Are you serious right now?
I know. Like I said, they know they can squeeze dollars. They got dedicated fans, and they kind of do need all the dollars they can get. It's just.
Right now I have Disgaea 5 on my Switch that I haven't even beat. I could just go play that right now.
Yep, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, if you got a device, you most likely have some of the NIS stuff already. That's, NIS
is one of my favorite developers.
Or a publisher.
Both.
Yeah.
Developer and publisher.
Yeah.
Their publishing stuff is a lot less good.
I mean, they publish their own stuff, but I would say a lot of the stuff, at least, are things that most people would turn down. So it's kind of nice.
It's stuff that the stuff they publish is stuff that is not too dissimilar from the stuff that they.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually some quirky JRPG or some weird game.
Yeah, probably some tile-based game or some game where you just look at butts all day or something. Killer 7? They published Killer 7 on the PC?
It's probably because no one else had the money willing to shell out for it.
It was a Capcom published game originally.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that were, especially from the older Japanese companies, where it's like their original publishers don't want to publish the game, so they go to somebody else. And they're like, sure, we'll take it for you. It's fine.
I just don't even know why Capcom had issue with publishing this thing on Steam in the first place. That's my question.
Time, money. Because it's like, if you're publishing, you're paying somebody to port it over, and then you have to like pay for QA on it. So, and then you gotta pay your marketing, PR, and your HR. So it's some motherfuckers just don't care. They're just like, meh.
Nah, I didn't really feel like they gave a crap. Capcom, I mean. Actually, a digital art book of Killer 7, I actually could be totally down for, because I am hard on for Killer 7 lore. Anyway. Socialism could have been a franchise, man. But fortunately, they quite make the grade. It's kind of the poster child of quirky. What is that called? Like hardcore indie scene or something like. Not indie, but just off the rails, I guess. Persona 4 Golden is on sale. But yeah, some part of me feels like that if they could have made a killer 14 or whatever, that it's kind of, the game was kind of like Sound and the Fury. It's like it kind of just was such a well maintained facet that I didn't feel. I don't know how the heck they could add to it, but some part of me wishes there could be more.
Okay, do I want to recycle some of this?
Oh god, once in a while I'll watch something about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Something about Yu-Gi-Oh! Something in his eyes.
Once in a while I'll watch something about Yu-Gi-Oh! And then my whole timeline will fill up with not only Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, but Magic the Gathering and Pokemon cards, and I just have to go, no, stop recommending this stuff. It just makes me regret watching anything about it. Because I like watching this shit. I like watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, but I've never had any interest in purchasing anything Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic or Pokemon card. Anything gacha, Skinner box related. For the past 10 years.
I've been like hard in on this Dark Souls board game. It's really fun. Then I hear they're with the new core sets coming out November, they're updating the rules. So that's going to be interesting. The board game is just like so fucking massive.
Of the first of the first card game.
It's really fun to play. It can pretty much just treat it like D&D if you want.
I'm so annoyed right now. Yeah.
Hey, man, I can't play this song on air either. I remember when they offered this song purchase in the USA, and then they had to pull it. It's because it's like a quote-unquote bootleg mix.
Okay.
Like in France, they're like, we don't give a shit. they're like, so I had to make a French account for this. It's kind of like the iTunes for DJ stuff, I guess, because when records were starting to go to digital for MP3s, because CD players were a big thing now, and a lot of people were going digital. So they were making their releases digital, but they needed a platform to where they can sell, and people cannot just give away their music freely. So the site that was created to make sure to give the money to the appropriate record holders, they would decide if you can sell this record or not in certain territories, and if they couldn't be sold, it's like you were SOL, or you had to have a account in the relevant territory and be able to pay in the relevant currency.
Mhm.
But the problem with a lot of these vinyl records, especially when they come from anywhere across the world, it's like they can have very, very relaxed laws on if you copied a song or not. So that's why you would see a lot of like, you know, bootleg remixes of like popular tracks, like from France and London and all over the place, Spain, and like the only way you could get the record is if like you were there, or the record store, your local record store, you know, was hooked up and got like an order from said publishers, or bought it from a record store in a different territory and had them ship it. and it was just like, oh god. And I think the song is actually a Katy Perry song. I can't remember anybody who makes this stuff, but it's like it also uses samples from I think Little John. But it's just a very fucking good hardcore track. And then yeah, it's just like you can't purchase it in the US. It's like, all right, fine. It's because it's like no, they copied our music. Like, oh, they made it better though. I actually like this version. Just say you agree to this. They'll give you like some money. Be like, here's a cut of the sales. Like, come on. Like, no. It's whatever. It is what it is. That's what I always used to love about the old days of having records. You get like a white label. It's like, it's called a white label because nothing was ever printed on it. It's just like a blank white label on a record, and you're like, what's on this record? you had to play to find out. And then when you did figure out what was on it, you had to like make up the name of the track, because the tracks had no names, because they were just like white label bootleg, you know, tracks that people have made. So it's like people don't want to take credit for it because they don't want to get sued.
Okay.
So you would just like make up a name and make up a DJ. It's like, unless you actually did know who made it, and some people would like be like, yeah, I made that one. And like they would debut it in like a set, like it's like, this is a remix I did of this track, and it's like you heard it at that venue at that time, or you didn't hear it at all, and maybe you would hear it again if a bunch of white labels were printed. So so it was always very mysterious. Very funny times, but it's good. It's like you hear this crazy remix of a track that you knew, but this is obviously not the correct version of what it is. It was some bootleg mix. It was on a white label record, probably. All right, so we don't need all this wall of text. Since this is day 2. It needs to be able to determine whether or not you did a good job, a normal job, or a horrible job as well. So that's going to have to be tracked. I forgot about that part. It's sort of an easy fix. Bloody hell. So for the morning, go back to the global. kind of good that I never let most people even see the original version I made of this game. I let like one person play it because again it was an HTML5 game or something. It was like it can only be very basic, and it was like the Legend of Zelda pretty much, but like condensed.
Okay.
It was like very condensed. There was like almost no map space to like even go. Like you were like constrained to like small areas, but because back in those, I don't know if it's still true, but in the early days, like HTML5 had like a very hard time of tracking hit detection if more than a couple different objects were moving on screen at certain speeds. So I put like the least amount of objects you can do as slow as possibly can, so the hit checks can be done and verified without like a problem or a stutter, and then it just like wouldn't check it. So the game played very, very like Legend of Zelda 1, like NES Legend of Zelda. And then, I mean, from there it was okay, but it was just like, it was like almost like a tech demo. It was like very, very messy and just straightforward. And then the second version I made was a bit more ambitious, and it got so convoluted that it just felt like it needed to go back to like having constraints. But the thing I liked about the second revision was that there were more like interactive options for you to choose how the game progressed. So it's like depending on what you did, how you did it, very much affected the your chances on the next day going forward, and then the next day going forward. So you can almost kind of like screw yourself over, but like once you saw the pattern from day one on what nets a positive, you would go, oh, I don't want to do that again because that nets a negative. I'm going to do it this way to get a positive this time. And then that game never finished because it was just like, it was overly ambitious that I wanted to do with the map, and then it was just never going to get done. And that was like on an older version, and it was just like it didn't look very pretty as well because I just threw together some graphics, and it was barely functional. You can only play up to so much. And before it was just like the game was already done because it was just unfinished. So it was just like I need to keep it back to being small and contained and look and feel more polished.
Yeah.
But still keep some of that mystery and that positive and negative that with the bonus system of how the NPCs reacted to you if you did a thing or you didn't do a thing, or if you completed a task, did it screw you over when you jump into this dungeon? But I don't want to make it as overly complex as that version, because that one, it would be more of like a puzzle game, trial and error, and I don't think it would be as fun to play. Let's see. We already had the pass, but global changes. And then what about the room? Slap. I don't think there's anything in there. Out. Pass. All right. After transition, it resets. Okay, maybe I should not reset it there then. I could reset it after grandmother checks. Let's put a note. That way, Grandma will remember if we were a good girl or not a good girl on the next morning. Let's go back to grandmother's events. Day 2. Oh man, are they still at it? No Pants had finished. Mike's still going at it.
It's machine. Today, anyway. She's running on all cylinders.
It's also the weekend. It's usually his jam. Okay, so I need a generic message for... Let's see, 0, 1, and 2. Okay, that's what we're using. So that means no, there's no generic message. There's individuals for all 3. One, 2. This is also the thing I hate the most when I'm making a game. This is why I try to avoid dialogue, is massive amounts of dialogue trees.
Yeah.
Understand why Mass Effect people had such a hard time maintaining all choices and certain choices to carry over, because holy fucking Christ.
Yep.
That's why it probably works in smaller games, like the way the Samurai games are so small. I really appreciate if they would continuously make games like that where it's just less but a lot more in that less. I would totally be down for that. Get another drink of the coffee. Okay, so this is cherry pass 0. The next set 1. The next set 2. 25 and 26. Okay. And 26. Okay, the bones are there. The dialogue needs to be written. I'll worry about that later because nobody wants to stare at Grammarly. Or at least I don't want to stare at it right now. Writing is not my strong point, so I can be sitting there thinking about it for eternity. As long as the dialogue trees show up and I can get to the functioning part of the game, then dialogue could be written later. Plus, I can always decide on what references I want to make. I love the opening, though. Always gotta, so you're finally awake.
Yeah.
I really miss when games used to have like fucking memes and references like that. Like the biggest one back in the day of the NES was inconceivable. Like every goddamn Square Enix game had that in there. Everyone had that one line.
Or what the?
It's like it's always movies or music references is all the time. Sets today 2, sets today 2, afternoon is set. This one is the afternoon, so let's continue with this thing. Afternoon. Oh, this wouldn't change though. What happened here? 2-1. 2-1 is the afternoon, which means check for press confirm, then interact, because it's a that one I think I can repeat because that's basically saying the same shit as last time. Get your ass out there and get to work. It doesn't need to change the time of day because it doesn't need to. Hosting 2-1. Okay, let's see what it says. you're still here. Yep, I think it's safe to just reuse this because don't want it to be overly complicated for such a simple message. This is the repeat. It's the afternoon. I think I could just make it go to here though. Ah. So that should get the previous. All right, confirmation. Oh, it needs to reset it after confirmation of the morning. So once it's afternoon, we're now in this territory, which means this is now reset to the default regardless, and it's ready to go for the end of the day. The afternoon repeatable text is set, and we're just waiting for the evening return. Just gonna put insert text so I know to come back, and that way it shows something in game when I test. Okay, returning. So by day 2, you would have only have, if you did fail, you would only have lost 2, so you would still have 1 left. So it doesn't have to be dire. The message can be I'll have to find a synonym for some of these words.
Alright.
I'm just gonna have to find a way to sound more disappointing, but not enough to be like furious.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want it to just completely repeat the day 1 text. I want it to kind of just feel similar, but as far as tone. But I want it to like not look like it's repeating. So I'm gonna have to like go through that whole thing on Grammarly and just write it up.
I know a synonym or a synonym or 2.
Yeah. So definitely want to think the average I will keep the same because it is very average text. And I want it to feel that way as if like you did the bare minimum every time. What I'm also thinking is maybe depending on the condition, at least for the if you completely borked it up, it'll just to have it check if you borked it up the first day, and then on the second day it's just a little bit more aggressive. But if not, it's like an easy one to check because all I had to check is a particular item from the player's character's person. If it's below a certain thing, then they should just be like a little bit more disappointed than they were the last time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also debating whether or not I should put the slingshot in the game. It's either that or the gun, and I was thinking the gun. Because if you remember the comment he made about the gun.
I think it'd be funnier if you had a slingshot, but you just throw it at them.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's what he practically does in the game.
No, I'm saying that's what happened in the game, but fine if it's just like a meme or something.
Well, it's like, I don't know. I definitely want it to be. It's because again, it's also tied into another game, so I kind of don't want it to be too off the rails. But I kind of do want to reference some of the weird stuff as much as I can. Maybe if it's like you find a slingshot, but there's no rocks, so you threw it. It's like, oh, you got a slingshot. Too bad there's no rocks. Not a single thing to fling.
There's trees.
There are trees. There are cherry trees, and I did my best to try and make it look like an actual cherry tree, but it's like I'm not a.
I thought
they were palm trees in the original game, but I was actually looking at cherry orchards, and I did my best to like try and draw a specific looking tree. Because it was always just weird that cherries would fall from the palm tree anyway. But it's like, if cherries are going to be in the game, then I'm just going to make a cherry tree.
Well, I mean, that's right. What if they're not cherries? What if they're durian?
Doritos?
Durian. I don't think that.
Get sponsored by Doritos.
Sure, why not?
Doritos falling from heaven.
That'd be like that. That'd be like Darkened Skies. Remember that shit?
No.
Darkened Skies, where the main thing was just that things, like color was going from the world, and you had to like find the Skittles in order to in order to try to get the color to come back to
get the
world.
rainbow.
Yep, history, motherfucker.
Day 2.
mods for having the turtle gives you what's it called?
Don't use a turtle, use a dog.
No, the turtle gives you effectively the thing that makes you so you get one hit KO. Proof, but since I was on fire, it was useless. It was useless.
Less insert text. If not, it will reuse. So let's copy this. This one has 9 of them. Oof, 8, almost lost count. 9. Okay, and then the default generic mediocre results. Just copy. That one has 6. This is the generic one, so I don't really feel bad if it's supposed to look generic. Six, right? Yes. Getting pretty close. I should probably have the demo out by November, early November, probably.
Nice.
Then I can expand it by December, January. A lot of the time I feel is going to be spent on mostly the music and second the animations, like all sprite drawings and stuff. Like, I do what I can right now, but then I go, you know what, it's just good enough to look. I can touch it up on my way back. But definitely I want the stuff seen in the demo to be like final in terms of drawn design and animation. So anything that's not in the demo can hold off and have like a temporary, it looks good enough for now.
Dude, I could nothing.
I don't know. I feel like the last half of the game is going to take me much longer to complete. Yeah, so the plan I was thinking was like 2 major like gameplay sections for the first demo release, which should be like November hopefully. And then once I'm closer to the halfway, I'm probably gonna make the second portion of the demo where I don't limit the player to just choosing between 2 different sections as much, where it's like you have like day 1 where you can play around, but you're obviously not gonna be able to access everything through day 1. So the demo like interactive NPC will be like hanging around in your room, so you can just be like, oh, just take me to that spot to play. You know, I want to play this thing. I don't want to play day 1, and they'll just load up that part. Because like I want to show like exciting parts for the demo so people can get an idea of what's in the game, but I also don't want them to, you know, to like play the game and figure out all the nuance and how to access certain things, because like some things you probably will miss and just completely go by, and then other things you'll probably like, you may see it. So it's definitely like a fine-tuned balance, but yeah, as I get to the finish of the halfway point of the game, I kind of want to have people understand what the game is and not just like chopped up parts, but I don't want them to like experience like how to like, you know, what is probably going to be the way to get like certain endings. You know, I still want them to be able to have to figure out things, and what things do they need to mess with, what do they not need to mess with, and things to consider. And then by the time the first half of the game is done, I'm kind of debating on what I should do afterwards, because the second half of the game, since it's supposed to be like a surprise, I was either thinking of like, do I want to leave it where like there's an extended demo that only goes halfway through the game, and then if people like buy or, you know, like do like the donate, you know, like $1 or whatever, they get like the full unlock game. So it's like I kind of don't know, because it's like I definitely want to like people to play it, but I also, it's like, man, it's like I hope this time people would actually like fucking would tip me, because like I'm fucking like putting so much work into this now.
Yeah.
This is the completely do super good. I think we'll only copy half of this text, and then the last couple of lines will change to give different nuance of progress. That way people would have to pay attention.
What? How could you make such a request of your audience to pay attention, huh?
Well, I mean, if you're constantly playing the game over and over again, you'll eventually learn what things are, and then you'll just breeze through the text, right? It's a replay value.
I have a lot of faith in something like that.
The 2 people that play this game, They'll be well versed. Probably not. This game will just fly under the radar and nobody will ever remember it. The aliens will discover it. And they'll be like, holy shit, were they fucking smoking?
Weed.
Oh god, it's already 1.
You have 4? Yeah, oh.
Fuck me, dude.
Damn. Mike is still going in.
Oh, yeah, Mike will go on till about 2 or 3, I think.
I was hoping to play some Monster Hunter with him tonight, but it looks like that's off the table.
Nah, he's in be smiting it. He's like cracking on Smite lately.
Yes. Well, they played last night.
No, I know. I was
completely conked. Like, I'm on a new man, and like I'm taking blows for this kind of stuff.
Choking. Just gonna have to I don't know, start taking 8 balls to stay active.
Sure.
I have no idea. It's the only way. Okay, that's day 2 template, and work on day 3. Alright, we don't need this anymore probably, but we'll hold on to it until we finally debugged it. Warning. Grandmother day 3. It's 3. Oops, spelled it. Making so many spelling mistakes. At least it lets me know my code is poo-poo because of spelling mistake. It's like, hey, this is not spelled right, dude. So again, we need to check result of the day. And day 3.
Oh yeah, dual blade. Wow, Sun Shield's actually beating out dual blades for poison value. That's crazy. Actually, dual blades are actually kind of low. Oh wait, but it's times
3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and 3. And this will change to, whoa, day 1 afternoon, day 2 afternoon, change to day 3 afternoon. Man, I would so love to make a 3D action game, like Way of the Samurai-ish. Be like Way of the Samurai and Mass Effect. Just like meet a bunch of characters, have sex, fight bosses, get an ending. It's like the only thing that matters. Fuck. Day 3. Next one is day 2 afternoon, which is just going to be copy text. The view telling you to go do your thing. 3, 3, 3. Three, 1. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. 3, 1, 3, 1. Turn down. And then the evening. That's the one I have to worry about the most. That one's gonna be tricky. So if and then if less than what? Oh yeah. Okay. If less than that, then if less than that, that might not fly. All right, switch statement now. Case 2. Right. Case 3. Break. At this point, you wouldn't have that available, but there'll be a default. Copy. Put temporary. 2, text 1. Okay, yeah, the lowest you can have at this day would only be that. Okay. Whoa, these say 2. They need to say 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And then day 2, day 3 afternoon. Evening. 3 evening. 3 evening. What the hell? Oh, 24, 24, 22, 23, 24. This would be 33. Oops. And this is returned for the day. All right, 3 evening. 3, 2, 33, then 34. What is this? Oh, that's, yeah. And now we need another ending for day 3. Says this one would be, why does it say the afternoon? This would be day 2 and day 2 and day 2 and day 3 and day 3 and day 3 and. All right, how to incorporate this into let's see, you're locked out of one ending, but you still have 1, 2, and then either 3 or continue. So you got like 4 ending options. 3 to end, 1 to continue. Okay. Wow. I think... Alright, that takes care of that one. I need the new room linked to the woods. Alright, so basically it's the woods clone, but different place. So it's new woods. New woods. This woods would not have dog. This wood should also be darker, so I have to make a new background. Fuck. It's gonna be a whole nother endeavor. I don't know if I want to get into this right now when I can get into it after some rest. Let's see. What are we at? What are we at? 6 hours. Holy shit. Seems like way too much. Alright, yeah. I am gonna cut the feed because I'm probably not gonna be doing this bulky thing right now. I'll probably wait till after I get rested. Save. Put on the end screen. End screen's up. The whole world is on fire. Game development. Fucking A. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know if I'll stream it tomorrow. Maybe at the evening, same time.
Okay.
But definitely I'll be trying to relax and play a game for a little bit to reset my brain, and then I'll come back to development.
Okay.
But I guess we'll see what happens. I'm gonna stop working on this right now.